They won't come after me. No, but no. Yeah. The other thing you think that my vocal tone is right. I like it. Definitely. There's probably Yay, okay. So very nice to meet you too. Yes, absolutely. Have a wonderful rest of your time, and I'll be around. Yeah, I'll probably see me walk around. Bye.
So let's just keep it live.
Okay.
So two things. It's still streaming.
Okay.
I turn on some music.
Okay, cool.
And then this is, I shut mics off. So
Okay,
that's
good.
off, and this one's off.
Okay,
So,
mics, what's this one off?
That's this.
Okay, receivers off.
And then this is, I like a little ambience because it doesn't then sound like it's just your mics working. So it's like a little room noise. So if you can turn this one on, it's that camera, yeah.
Okay.
So this one and that one, when you're ready to go, get those two mics on and you gotta shut the music off. Is that okay?
Yeah. I'm figuring out a workflow here. I love it. So we're live, and then when I'm ready, I switch to that. And then when the stream is over, I switch to that, turn on the music, turn off the mics, and then come back here.
Just go back to there.
Yeah.
Don't go to this. This will be the end of the day.
Oh, okay.
So let's just keep it going. And when you're done with the interview, say thanks and click that. And as long as you shut your mics off.
Turn mics off, turn the music on.
Get some music on. And
okay, great.
Right now we should be...
Yeah, how are we looking?
There we go. So that's what we're seeing now.
Yeah.
Got a little...
That looks good.
See, I didn't shut the mics off, so you're still hearing you guys.
Because I didn't know that I needed to click over. We got through it.
Yeah, that's fine. No big deal. And now I fixed that, so it's not mirroring it anymore.
Oh, good. Okay.
Let's go to live. So that's you guys.
That's us live.
This is live. Yeah, there we go.
Nice. Live chat. We need to name our live chat.
Everything, I'm still hearing me.
You're still hearing yourself? That might be that. You may have been standing right there. I think it may be loud enough in here that the labs will pick up some ambience. Should we try it and see for the next one? I think it may be loud enough in here that the labs will pick up some ambience. Should we try it? Mom's gonna babysit me a little. Here we go. We're coming,
amazing. And then I'm gonna need to get. I have to get pictures, and I want also we'll share this.
You can absolutely get pictures. Hi everybody, we're back. It's Haley Royal from Cinematography for Actors. I'm here with Legal Filmmakers. We are live streaming from Podcast Movement in DC. We're using a full Blackmagic design workflow, and we have been sponsored kindly by Hollyland to use their LARC mics for these conversations. I'm sitting here with Annika Jackson, who just told me so many things that she does, and I'm so excited for us to talk about all of them. Let's start with the beginning. The whole point of this conference is podcasting.
Yes.
Tell me about your show or your shows that you have.
I have 2 shows right now. One is called Your Brand Amplified, and it's been around for four years. I have almost 400 episodes in the can.
That's so many.
It is, and it started actually because during the pandemic, I accidentally built a PR firm. I had a background in PR, marketing, strategy, and I started getting tons of clients. And I had 2 clients who had me start podcasts for them, but they didn't have the budgets to sustain them, and they didn't use them as the marketing tools that they really should. So my partner is an editor, and he's like, why don't you just start your own podcast and I'll edit it for you. And then it got bigger and bigger, and then he stopped.
He's like, I can't do this. It's too big for me.
Yeah.
Amazing. You outgrew your editor.
I did. And I love podcasting. I love meeting people from all over the world. So Your Brand Amplified is my main podcast. It's a top 1% listen notes podcast. I'm on an ad network and all of that fun stuff. And so I really learned how to take it from a hobby to a business. And then my other one is with USC Annenberg, and that is called Mediascape, Insights from Digital Change Makers. And that is because I teach for the Masters in Digital Media Management.
Another one of the huge things that she does.
And then I just created a podcast course for entrepreneurs who want to be serious about podcasting, and launching for the MS in Digital Social Media at USC in the springtime.
Annika, how do you have time to feed yourself?
I do feed myself. I'm a single mom. I have a 16-year-old.
Oh my gosh.
And then I'm going to grad school because I really want to teach graduate school full time, but I don't have a master's yet.
So it's time to get that master's.
Time to get it,
you can teach everyone how to do all of these incredible things. Okay, that's so cool. Thank you. So let's talk a little bit about now why you're here specifically. You're here with Simplified, which you are a user of, which I think is always the greatest litmus test. If there's a user of something who comes to this conference to market that thing, I mean, people who use it really like it. That's what we know. So tell me about Simplified. What is it?
Yeah, so Simplified is an all-in-one content creation tool that also posts to social media, so that's a big differentiator.
Yeah.
It also can post to your website, and you can schedule all the content. You can do it in multiple languages. It's really amazing. And I've used every tool out there, and you heard all the things that I do, and I'm an independent podcaster, so I don't have huge budgets.
You have a lot of experience in podcasting and using tools. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you. But said find Simplified. I was actually a user before I partnered with them, and I was like, you guys should really be coming to podcast conferences and let more people in this world know what you do, not just businesses. Because I can literally upload an episode, it'll do everything for me. It'll create all the reels, I can fine tune them, it'll create the blog posts, the captions, the transcripts. And there's no other tool that I know of that does it so seamlessly and for a very good price point.
Oh, great. Okay. Love hearing about that. Yeah, so cool. So what are all from the beginning of using Simplified to the end of using Simplified? Are you video podcasting as well?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You can also do it with audio, but I am a firm believer that you have to have video.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
So
you're uploading. Is Simplified an app or is it an online platform?
It is both. I mean, it's a SaaS product, software as a service. So we will take an episode, upload it, usually using my laptop because bigger files, right? Yeah. And then I just click on a button depending on what I want to use it for. Do I want to use the AI clips? Do I want to use the translator, the repurpose?
The translator. I love to hear about that. So it's very accessible for, how many languages are there?
Oh God, unlimited. Like I'm half Thai and Lao, and
Thai and Lao.
And Lao on my mom's side, and I have dual citizenship with Thailand. So for me, I really want to make sure, and I haven't done this yet because time, but that's my next step.
Yeah,
I want to translate it into
time. Here with Monica, you have so little of it. Somehow you're stretching it. Time.
Yeah, well, it's the ADHD superpower, right?
You have ADHD as well?
Yes.
Me too.
Yeah, but that's how we get so much done.
Yeah, you really can. You can choose what to zero in on and expand it. Yeah. And sometimes you forget to eat, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You live through it.
You have to prep your meals ahead of time.
So I want to talk about, can we talk about your schedule? Like, as a single mom who's doing all of these things, what are your days like?
They're varied every day.
Yeah.
I don't have
you don't keep any kind of like,
I mean, a little bit like my podcast interviews are obviously scheduled. Other work is scheduled. I have when I have to pick up my daughter from school in my calendar, so that's sacred time, right?
Yeah.
And then because of grad school and then teaching, I have all of that has to be in my schedule.
Right.
But then I have flex time because I need to work on something and then get up for a few minutes and take the dogs for a walk or give myself a little break to kind of reset.
Yep.
And
do you have a favorite scheduling app that you use?
Oh, I don't. I love paper as well as digital. So I have Silk and Sonder.
What is Silk and Sonder?
They send
Here she is, spokesperson for one more today.
It is, they send you one book a month, and they also have an app and community.
Okay.
And it's great because it's just the 1 month at a glance. So it keeps it bite-sized for those of us who get too overwhelmed by looking at everything.
The whole thing.
Yeah. But it also has a lot of sections that really go in with self-care, right? So it'll have what are your goals for the month? It'll have your wheel of life, how are you doing in different areas and what are you trying to improve on this month? And then also the workflows.
I see.
So I can kind of look at that and see where I'm at. Am I giving myself enough time? Am I overscheduling? Is there something I should be saying no to?
Yeah. I'm realizing I got distracted when we were talking about, because you're Thai and Lao, and then there's transcription.
Yeah.
And then what else? What are the other tools that we can look forward to with Simplify?
It also, it'll create the transcript, a blog post based on the transcript.
Oh, great.
All the captions for social media posting, show notes, titles, various titles for the shows, and everything, of course, AI is a tool. So we still need to go in and make sure that everything looks good.
Yeah, but it saves you a lot of time so that you can have multiple podcasts.
Yes, and so for instance, just for the reels alone, it'll create 10 to 20 reels from each episode. Then I can pick which ones look better.
That is amazing.
Because we don't want to be in an awkward pose, right?
So then you have an editor that you work with now, right?
I do. Yeah, I have an editor.
Someone who could handle.
Yes. I have an editor who does. So I will send the episode over to them. They'll put a little zhuzh on it.
Yeah.
And then I do have an admin because I think just to keep myself organized, it's worth. It's worth the expense.
Sure. Yeah. So the reels are made, and then are you also sending them to the editor to tweak them?
Actually, my admin tweaks them in the system. So she'll move where the captions are, maybe change the color, pick which ones she thinks are best. And when you do the reels, it shows your virality score for each reel.
What?
Yes. So it'll say this is, these keywords are in it. It'll create all the SEO tools that you need.
Yeah.
And then the beautiful thing is you can literally then move it over to the simplified social media scheduler and schedule out the posts so that
it does it. Oh my God.
It does it all. And it has a whole workflow and project management system. So my admin could schedule things. I can go in and make sure I approve them.
Well, I can't wait to try it. I'm very excited. Thank you so much for joining me. How are we going to find you? How are we going to find your shows?
Go to yourbrandamplified.com and you can find me, how to contact me. My main show is on there. And then LinkedIn. If you go to Your Brand Amplified on LinkedIn, it's pretty easy to find me.
That's so easy, so simple.
Yeah.
Yourbrandamplified.com. Amazing. Thank you so much, Annika Jackson.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody. And then in my workflow, I
And we need to turn up our light here. Oh my God. Will you go lighter on here? Just go up on gain. Hi everyone, this is me directing Haley. No, you're good. Or can it go up? What's it at? Well, go on the camera and just go up on gain. This is what Haley and I do all the time. Even if we're live, you get to see the process here. Thanks, Haley. I might fix it. No, gotta teach Haley how to use gain. Najir, tell us about yourself. Do a little improv joke.
Yeah, okay. Since I'm here by what camera am I looking at here?
You're looking
this
here.
One? Oh, this one?
Oh, it's
Sorry.
also on here.
Okay, so I'm doing this by myself. And what do I say when I'm by myself?
Go up on gain on that one.
Oh, I really got to do an introduction. Sorry.
Don't introduce yourself. I got it.
Hello, I'm Najir Chambers. I am the owner and editor-in-chief of Big Gold Belt Media. Can be found at biggobelt.com. We're covering entertainment, fandoms, pop culture, all that good stuff.
And you're like seeing stuff before everyone else is, so you know what's good and what's not.
That is right. I am a film critic, film and entertainment journalist. So I do get the opportunities to check out some of those projects, some of those titles that you may be excited for a little bit early. And then once I'm given instruction by the embargo to be able to talk about it, then I'll let you know what I think.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we had a panel this morning. I'm in Deanna. I'm the other half. I look like Haley, but I'm not Haley. I'm the other half of CFA, and we're here live from Podcast Movement, which for some reason we keep calling post-podcast movement. And I don't know why, but for months we've been calling it post-podcast movement. And we've been like, hey, are you guys going to post-podcast movement? They're like, what's that?
No
like, it's this big thing in DC. No one said anything. Anyway, but we're here at the Podcast Movement, and we're at the Black Magic booth. We got 3 cameras set up.
Yeah.
Whoop, whoop. There you go. Whoop, 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 whoop. You know, and Haley's finishing off her breakfast and watches us on and is a good cheerleader for us. Thank you for being here, Haley.
Was that sushi she was eating?
No. She had, show us what we have, Haley.
I thought it was sushi for a second. Ooh.
Yeah. So this morning I had a quinoa bowl. Quinoa. So weird getting. I had a quinoa bowl this morning. Yeah. Oh, it was on your shirt. Sorry. I had a quinoa bowl. A quinoa hash is what they called it. It is. I expected a few potatoes. There were no potatoes. It is.
Loves potatoes.
It is tricolor quinoa. Well cooked, beautifully cooked. There are carrots in it, which.
Quinoa triangles.
Carrots for breakfast. Carrots for breakfast is a weird thing that I did break up with a boy for eating once, and now I'm doing it. So,
wow.
Sorry about that.
Oh.
Okay. There's excuse me.
Are you an interview here?
There's also zucchini, which I don't usually eat because I think the texture's trash. And also, it looks like spinach and kale and a fried egg on top. And it's really nice. Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you so much, everyone. Applause.
That poor guy got dumped for eating carrots for breakfast. Poor
Have you eaten carrots for breakfast? Let's ask the hard-hitting questions here.
You know, I don't vividly recall, but I'm not against it.
Yeah.
You know? Nothing wrong with getting little vegetables in the early morning.
Yeah, you look so good on this one.
Oh,
the other one you look good, but this is like all the depth because you get like a little shadow contrast. This is looking good. You're looking good. All right. So yes, workflow was one of the questions that is hard to answer today. But now that I have you one-on-one, tell me about your podcast workflow because I'm interested to learn.
Yeah, I think it definitely could be ironed out a lot better. Yeah. But there is a measure of doing it for so long and the consistency that everybody knows what their job and task is and what their deadlines for each of them are. But essentially outside of the normal scheduling, because that's how we promise our viewers, is that we have a weekly scheduled time that is live unless there's a holiday. And if it is a holiday, we still will air something at that time, which is pre-recorded, and then we'll just make we'll make do that week, because for whatever reason holidays always fall on Thursdays.
Oh, and that's what you've realized.
Yeah.
Because every time you have to schedule something, you're like, well, it's a Thursday that day.
Yeah. And some of my team members are a little bit more aware of that before I am. So we'll just do the recording beforehand. But we do have pre-show meet and chat and discussions about topics for the day. I've tasked that to one person, and they'll always watch the content. So we all have our ideas. And one person is the person that sets the show sheet. Then from that's what we kind of frame in terms of what's going to be the topics for the day. That's just what it's going to be. If we have any promotions to run, such as like advertisement, that's also incorporated with that as well too. Or we just block out that advertisement space each week just because something can happen. But also if there is not anything there, we're also promoting that we do have the space available for folks there. But then we go live. We go live at the set time. We go live and hour blocks. And after that, I guess is where it gets more interesting. Now, what was said on the panel that it feels good to know that other people do it as well too, is we try to do as much as the producing live with the lower thirds.
So nice.
Tickers as well too, to kind of, keep that little engagement.
What is a ticker?
So a ticker is basically, and you've seen it all over the time, probably didn't even really realize what it's called. CNN update, that thing that goes across the bottom.
Oh, like the yeah, okay, got it. That's the sound it makes in my head.
So yeah, we have that. Sometimes it runs the topic, sometimes it runs there's breaking news. We have that as well. But it adds to the show production.
What do you break news about?
It could be anything that could have happened on that day.
Cool.
With like, again, if we're talking pro wrestling or combat sports, we could just talk about like, I don't know, WrestleMania has been announced to be in Vegas next year.
Got it.
If it was announced today, so WrestleMania 36 will be in Las Vegas next year. Stuff like that. So it is relevant blurbs there. Sometimes it could be even the question or the topic, so that when the live chat comes in, the live chat can also see that whether they're a mid-discussion or just peeping in, peeping out, they can add to it. Live chats can also be inserted into the discussion as well. So we, again, as I always emphasize about the engagement with the viewers, when you get to be a part of a chat, but then not only does your chat become a part of the show, but your chat can also change the direction of the conversation. That small reward for somebody keeps them engaged, keeps them wanting to come back. They know they feel valuable, they feel a part of it, they feel a part of the team. They also may feel like they're podcasting as well too. So we always prioritize that, but that's also something that's done on the fly, which is why I like the live shows, which is something we probably should have talked about, the difference between the live show and a pre-recorded show.
Oh.
About how the engagements are done. So like you enjoy
tell me about it. Tell me what we should have talked about so we cover it here.
Yeah, growing live shows are like vital.
Got it.
It's the readiness of the information in the news, but it also because of the participation of your fan base. Yeah, sure. In video format, you have people that will participate in your in the comments below, as we say. But being able to be there on the moment, people take pride in that.
Yeah.
Like you get comments that people say, "I was the first person to comment," and I never got it. But I was like, I get it.
I get it. Take ownership, you have no control on something. Yeah.
But anyway, talking about back to the workflow. Yeah, so we do that. Once it's done, the video goes live. Just a little bit of post things has to be done with that. We do the graphics beforehand too.
Got it.
Metadata and all the descriptions and all that's already done beforehand. It's already preloaded. Only thing that happens beyond that is the stripping of the audio, and then the audio uploaded to our SoundCloud, our audio hosting platform, which is SoundCloud.
Oh, cool.
And then SoundCloud does the distribution to all of the others.
I haven't used SoundCloud for that.
I don't blame you, because I might be out of there soon.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not the perfect platform for it?
It works, but like they haven't done anything to upgrade your platform in some time.
And can you upload video to SoundCloud?
No.
Got it. So do you only do YouTube and for socials then for a video? Or?
I do, yes. That's right. Well, when we do go live, we do stream to Facebook, X or Twitter, and Twitch.
Yes.
But X does keep the archive of it, but it's not really like a directory for it. You just have to find a tweet that it was on. Twitch does, and Facebook does as well too. But it's still more like you have to find. There's no like perfect directory for the handling.
Wow. Who was your first advertiser? Are you allowed to say it live?
I am.
Okay.
So we promoted with independent wrestling companies as well too to help get like the local word
That's
out.
Cool.
But I think the big first advertisement was oh my God, it's gonna slip out of my head. Is it AC Greens? Is that what it's called?
Haley knows that company. AC Greens?
AG Greens. There you go. Yeah, that was like our first big one.
Was that an affiliate link or was that like a payment and affiliate link?
Both.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And so that was your entry into it. How did you learn the rates? Just by doing it? Like how much to charge? I feel like that's a big thing. It's like, how do you learn that?
Honestly, that I don't think I still understand it.
Yeah.
Because you hear about really premium prices out there.
Yeah.
And obviously folks probably got bigger and more viewership. But I was going to say this earlier too, that in running video, you also have like two sets of metrics to be able to set forth. Because like audio streams does this, video stream does this.
Yeah,
you know
totally.
what I mean?
And you're like, who am I catering it to?
Yeah, and do you want both? Because we can
together, added,
you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Live,
yeah.
You know? so it's a different thing. So, and again, through all of that, we really don't know what's considered at least for me, I don't really know what's considered a substantial amount.
Yeah, me neither.
It's kind of one of those things. It's like, help me help you.
Yeah, and like hopefully you're growing that number.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That's really cool. What's one of the biggest mistakes that podcasters make?
Spending too much money and stuff.
Yeah, investing in too much gear.
Yeah, buying your equipment during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Worst mistake for everybody because everything was gouged. It was
really
insane.
Wow.
A Logitech camera that was just normally $50 was like $200 because everybody had to work home. And with folks having to confine to working from home, also gave people the idea of like, oh, maybe I can podcast now. But I will say like the perception of podcasting changed during that time too, because I laugh about how, and I have a professional broadcaster on my team, and I was telling him about like how what was considered to be a professional broadcaster, the optics of that was in studio. It had, not even just a studio, but you had to be in like the studio, like one of the big ones and whatever. But because of the pandemic, some of the biggest journalists, talk show hosts, and whoever was doing it from home. In their basement, or in their kitchen, whatever it is, and they had their backdrop with their books or their trophies, whatever it was, and it was considered okay.
Yes.
But the slanders to podcasting at home before that was like, oh, you're no real this or that.
Totally.
You're doing it at home, blah 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 blah.
Which is cool that it brought not down the bar, but it reestablished that we were able to like be good creators without having to go somewhere to do it.
Exactly. And so, because of the idea now that it was an even playing field, everybody's first idea was like, need the best.
It's my time. Yes.
If I'm going to do this legitimately now, I need the best. What's the best brand? It's everybody. How many times have you heard that question? Is what's the best?
What's
like,
the
what
best
does that
camera?
mean?
What's the best microphone? The stands.
What does that mean?
Yeah, tripods, all of it. Yeah.
And like even like
nightmare.
Even with having a good camera, good cameras require a lens. And then it comes back to the same question. What's the best lens?
Yeah.
Whatever gets the job done.
Get like a cheap kit lens that's a zoom so that you can fuck around with it.
Yeah, only thing I would strongly suggest, good lighting.
Yeah,
spend the money on the lighting.
That's all it is. That's all it is.
3 lights, 4 lights, whatever, the right bulbs, the right temperature, color, changing, get the right lighting.
Get some bicolor panels and soften them.
Yeah.
And add a little contrast.
And then your camera and your lens and you will all be happy.
Yeah.
That's all you need. You can have like, again, your cell phone, you can have...
It'll still look good.
Yeah. I don't want to throw any brands out there, but you can
you got to sponsor him first before he promotes you.
You can get anybody and anyone, and it will suffice. But I think in the sake of Black Magic, though, because I just had to have this conversation a lot of times, when you do start to really understand your needs and your production, I would very much swear by Black Magic and their project and their products, because for somebody who's independent and self-funded, to be able to get a camera at about $2,000 to $3,000 that does everything.
It has all the outputs you need, inputs. That's big.
Never need for anything.
Yeah.
It's I don't think there's a better selection.
Yeah.
And I've said it on the record numerous times that having it in certain spaces commands a certain measure of like respect. Folks see it and they already they just know you.
I know.
You're
we have that at our studio when we have our cameras up, and they're like, "Oh,
yeah,
and we're like, oh, I didn't know."
You know what I mean? And like, it feels good in a way, but it's beneficial to some of the spaces I'm in. But yeah, then you get the compliment of the outcome, and you see it. I don't know how many times I had people ask me, "Are my backgrounds 3D, or are they green screen or whatever?" Cool. And I'm like, "No, it's actual. All this is actual.
Real.
We have
that with our studio because we have a rooftop, and sometimes we'll take meetings and we'll be on Zoom, and people will be like, "Is that fake?" And we're like, "No." And then I get up and walk 10 feet back, and they're like, "Oh." Yeah. It's like a fun moment. But I'm gonna leave our conversation on Blackmagic products are the best because we're brought here by Blackmagic.
There's no bias. I swear there's no bias in it.
I know.
I just to be completely genuine to it, but I mean, you're not getting a better bang for your buck. You're just not.
Hell yeah. Hey, Jared, thank you so much for being on our panel today and for hanging out. Big Gold Belt Media, where do we find you?
BigGoldBeltMedia.com and BigGoldBelt.com. I own both domains.
Hell yeah.
We're smart.
Let's get a third domain in there next time. All right, bye everyone. We'll see you soon. Bye. Great.
Who's the audience?
Everyone. It's filmmakers mostly.
Filmmakers.
And creatives, yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So I like knowing the audience so that I can at least be somewhat relevant.
Can I put you on a little mic? There you go. Awesome. And I'm going to do it to my shirt.
Let's do this.
Yeah, great.
This way.
Amazing. And we're back. Hi, everyone. We're back at our Black Magic booth, and I'm here with Roger to talk about the difference between finance, accounting, and bookkeeping, because he has a whole podcast to tell you about it. So you'll listen to his podcast, obviously, but here's a little introduction to Roger. Hey, Roger, how are you?
Very, very good. I appreciate this. This is going to be kind of fun.
I know.
So what do you want to know?
Well, first, tell us about your show.
So it's called Building the Premier Accounting Firm. It happens to be for individuals that are the owners of bookkeeping, accounting, and tax businesses. We essentially work with them to build what we refer to as the premier accounting firm in their area.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
So what is an accounting firm? You told me different than finance, different than bookkeeping, but tell me like the differences.
So essentially the difference would be in the finance world, typically you're looking at how do I take the monies I've earned and invest those and actually save them for a rainy day, retirement, and so forth. Accounting is more the tracking of what that consists of. You have your personal finances, but in business, you're trying to create your balance sheet, your income statement. You're trying to, with your cash flow statement, make decisions in an intelligent way. And from an accounting world, we're trying to educate the business owner as to how to use that information purposefully so that they can run their business more profitably.
Wow. And what about bookkeeping?
Bookkeeping. All right. So you're getting into a nice little topic for me.
Okay.
So the easiest thing to understand about bookkeeping is it's intended to actually be the way to record the transactions that are taking place in business so that you can actually have a history of what's occurred that should mirror what the customer or what the business owner is experiencing.
Okay.
So for example, accounting is intended to be the language of business. So it's the way the company is trying to talk to the company owner and say, this is what I'm liking, this is what I don't like, stop doing that, do that some more.
I like that.
And
language.
And so what we're trying to do as an accounting profession is be the interpreter. We're trying to be the translator of what that business is trying to communicate so that the business can use that information to intelligently make a business decision.
Fantastic.
So what's happening as it relates to bookkeeping is we're in the process as bookkeepers to actually take all the transactions, record them, and in a timely and accurate way, give that information to the business owner so that they can use that to run the company. Accounting is the next level.
Right.
So that's the next evolution of that.
Got it. And that would be the balance reports, forecasting as well? Like
Yes.
looking for, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Amazing.
and that's now in the accounting space because the
Yes.
bookkeepers prepared the financials.
Yes.
The accountant is now going to analyze, interpret. They're going to dive into the numbers and see what trends are occurring. Is there anything that stands out that we need to give some attention to?
Got it. And so for those that are small business owners that have LLCs, or maybe we stick away from sole proprietorship, but LLCs, what would you recommend like when they're starting to look at hiring an accountant or for doing their own like accounting? Hopefully they get someone on board, but like what are like the tips that you would give to people who are like an LLC owner?
Well, the first thing I'm going to explain is that everybody needs the numbers to run the business.
Yeah.
Now, the question typically becomes, when can I afford to do this?
Yeah.
I would push back and say, when can't you afford to do this?
Right.
So one of the things you've got to understand is the numbers that are there to help you run the business, which is totally different than when you're in a situation of just preparing the financials on an annual basis to pay taxes.
Yes.
Taxes are a good reason to do the books, but that's not the only reason why you do your books.
Yeah.
You're trying to run the business intelligently, and so you need the financials. So to answer your question as it relates to bookkeeping, what we're trying to do is put ourselves in a position where we're able to say, as a business owner, I have somebody that actually takes everything I'm doing, puts that into the financials, and then helps me kind of on a monthly basis, a quarterly basis, see, is the business profitable? The last thing you want to do is end the year and go, did I make anything?
Yes.
Did this work? You're trying to prove your hypothesis, which is your business model is a profitable model.
Got it.
And so the bookkeeper is trying to, as quickly as possible, give you that information through the financials. So we want to use those. So I'm going to answer another question that you might have been asking, which is, when can you afford this?
Yes.
Accounting is typically the first thing that's outsourced by a business to a third party.
Cool.
So generally speaking, you're not going to outsource your accounting your marketing to somebody because you're, as the business owner, most capable of explaining what your product or service is.
Yes.
So you're going to sell it better than anyone else.
Yes.
So you don't want to outsource it. But you're also not going to outsource the delivery of your product or service in the essence of producing it, let's say. So what's that one thing that typically is, I didn't go into business because I wanted to do it? What's the books? It's the accounting, the tax. So generally speaking, that's the first thing that you first recognize. I need somebody other than my spouse, other than my assistant, other than myself, spending the weekend doing the books. I need to pay someone to do this. And so that's why the accounting profession steps in and actually fills that void.
Amazing. What is the what's like a misconception about accounting that a lot of people have?
One of the misconceptions is that I would assume business owners believe it's only for tax purposes.
Right.
And I'm just going to do the books just because I have to and I want to get Uncle Sam off my back.
Yeah.
When in reality, the misconception is that the numbers are there to help you more intelligently run the business. I'm hopeful that as a business owner, you engage with your bookkeeper, with your accountant, want the information, use the information, look at the information. And I'll admit, sometimes it's foreign, it's hard to understand, it's in another language.
Yeah, right.
But that's why you have that accountant come in and actually help them explain. Just translate it.
Cool. What's like the one piece of information that they should first ask their accountant for once they have all the numbers in and like their bookkeepers have passed it on to the accountants? Like what should I ask to be translated? What's the first thing?
First thing is, where did all the revenue come from? You should be able to understand where you're making money.
Cool.
So as a business owner, you probably have a variety of products or services you're offering. So where is it that I'm making money? The next question then is how much of that money I'm making is actually going to the gross profit, which is to say, with COGS, you're paying all the immediate costs associated with the product or service.
Yeah.
I want to know, after I've paid the vendors to create that product or service, what do I have now to operate the business with? So that's your gross profit.
Right.
I want to know what percent of the money I'm earning from the bills I'm charging make it to that gross profit line. That margin's hugely important. The next thing is now that I've got the money, from an operating point of view, I want to know how much can I save and have at the bottom line, the net profit. So I have my operating expenses. I'm interested in knowing what percent of that goes to that net income, that gross profit. So these are ratios that you want to manage and watch because it's the lifeblood of the business.
Right.
It
is the business. It's the hobby.
Yes. So all of a sudden, if you're able to understand, okay, if I'm charging $100, but it costs me $20 to create that, I get 80, can I pay all my bills with 80 and have something left over?
Yes.
And that's the easiest way to explain, okay, as a business owner, what should I be looking for in the business? The second thing I'd add is the distinction between cash and accrual accounting. Probably too much of a conversation for now, but at the end of the day, it's just what is the difference in knowing that difference?
Okay, and they can know that difference by listening to you, right?
Yes.
On your show. So tell us about where we can find your show. What's the name? Where can we find it?
So obviously I'm going to say it's anywhere you listen to podcast episodes.
Great.
So there you go. But it is called the Building the Premier Accounting Firm. It's essentially where we talk to business owners, we talk to advisors as it relates to how to be successful companies. So although it's directed towards or intended for owners of bookkeeping and accounting businesses, I can definitely tell you that most business owners enjoy the conversations.
Awesome. Roger, thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited.
And yeah, it was a pleasure. Appreciate it.
We'll see you guys soon. Bye. Great job.
I'll bring it. I'll mute it. I'll just turn it off. Hi, everybody. It's me again. I'm back. I took a little break. I had my breakfast, which a lot of you saw. And I want to make a note that I was wrong about the greens. It's collard greens that were in there. And there were also parsnips. So it was a nice breakfast. Thank you for, I'm sure you're all worrying about it. And I'll let you know who I am. Indiana's screaming at me to tell you who I am. I'm Ely Royal from Cinematography for Actors. We're here on the floor at the podcast movement in DC with League of Filmmakers, and we're using an all black magic workflow, which is what we normally use. I'm sitting here with a brand new friend, John Scanlon of Potitude. Hi, John.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you so much for joining me. So we're really curious about what Potitude is. Potitude is the booth right behind us. So later in the day when the sun shines through, we can see the Potitude coming through.
Yeah, we're your local neighbors, but for everyone else, we're out on the internet. We are a brand new social media platform for podcasters and their audiences.
And explain to me how that works, because social media in my mind, I'm thinking like Instagram, and we're all sharing photos and we're making comments, we're doing things like that. So for a podcast, particularly podcasts being social with other podcasts, how does that work?
So it's very much like an Instagram or a Facebook. So if you are a podcast listener, you could come to Potitude, and rather than following your friends and seeing their photos of their dinner or their latest concert or those cute kittens, you could follow podcasts on our platform. And so you would get not only the episodes that podcasters put out there, but all the other content that they're already putting on lots of other social media platforms. Surveys, upsells, cross-sells, additional information about the guests they had on their show, all in one convenient place for you to be able to see.
Amazing. So you don't have, it is not just, this is something I learned in marketing, and I'm also making it up because I'm going to say P2P instead of B2B.
Okay.
So is it just P2P podcast to podcast socializing, or can just a listener join?
The whole point of Potitude is to help podcasters connect better with their audience members, their listeners. So it is enabling better P2C or B2C, depending on which variable you like, communication.
So I'd imagine that on the listener side, it's very simple, just kind of like Instagram. You're liking things, you're commenting on things, you're sharing things with other listeners. But on the podcaster side, what is the UX like? What is that? Are you socializing back?
Yes. So for the podcaster, it's also very much like a social media experience. They too would experience it like a Facebook or an Instagram. They would create a post. Really, for people who've been doing that for decades now on social media, it would be the same experience for them. The added benefit for the podcaster is that we give them back lots of information about who is seeing their posts, who's clicking on them. Is it more men or is it more women? Is it more younger people? Is it more middle-aged people? So that they have a lot better information to run their business and go out and get more listeners than they do natively today.
More analytics, which we always love. So I am curious. I want to get right in there on the podcaster side because, as you know, I'm a podcaster. I'm very curious. So once you're inside the admin, I'm going to call it an admin console. What do you call it?
It's just Potitude.
Once you're inside your Potitude, is it like you can have a multiple number of seats for people to be an admin on that, or is it one email, one podcast, one person running it? Is it a team building kind of thing?
Yeah, great question. No, it's unlimited. You can, if you are the first person who signs up as the podcast owner, you can delegate responsibility to as many other people that you want to help you manage the whole process.
Is there an extra cost for that?
There's no cost at all to podcasters and no cost
Say it
to
again
consumers.
to that camera.
There is no cost at all to podcasters or to consumers.
Wow, amazing. That's so great. What a way to make things accessible for people, make communication interesting and exciting for people when they don't have to pay for it. You know that I love that very much. That is so cool. Okay, John, tell me a little bit about yourself, though. So you created this. This must have come from some white space you saw or frustration. What's that story there?
Sure. So I retired from a corporate career quite a while ago, and I love podcasts. I listen to many podcasts, but I noticed that there was this problem in the podcasting industry that podcasters were always putting out these calls, please go answer my survey, or please leave me a comment here. And most podcasters, it seems, have trouble creating a community and getting into dialogue with their listeners. And so I dreamed up Poditude as a solution to that problem, a way that community could exist.
We love that.
In today's world, a lot of community is online, and it exists as social media. So that's where the two ideas came together, and we ended up with Poditude, which is social media for podcasting.
Community is the only way anything is going to work long term. You know, if you don't have a community, you don't have people listening to your stuff, what's it even for? You know, so yeah, that's great. Is there anything cool here that you've seen at Podcast Movement that you're excited about?
I'm mostly spending my time talking about Poditude with as many people as I can.
There we go.
I haven't had a chance to wander the floor too much and see what else is going on.
A true business person.
Absolutely.
So, John, tell this camera exactly how we find you, how we find and use Poditude.
Thank you for asking. So we are live now. You can find us on your app, poditude.com.
And it's an app?
It is an app. You can save it right to your homepage on your phone or on your computer, and come back to us frequently.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
This is exciting. Poditude. Check it out. Bye, everyone.
Nice. How fun.
Yeah.
We're divided.
That's right. It's a wall.
This is fun. I like this. Like, I like spicing it up a little. It gets boring at conventions when you don't do different things.
Yep.
So.
Are we live?
Yay!
All right.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Blackmagic Design booth here at Podcast Movement. I am the co-founder with Haley Royal of Cinematography for Actors. I'm Indiana. And we are here today with the amazing Boomcaster team. Is it Hari or Harry?
Hari is the founder, but I am Marcus.
Oh, wait. You weren't on my list.
I know. We swapped out.
But you gave us an HDMI cable yesterday.
I know.
So that's fine.
Hari
You're
is
welcome.
behind the camera, and
Hi,
he's
Hari.
the man.
Hey,
How do you say your last name?
Gopala Krishna.
The coolest last name of all time. It's like Gopala Krishna.
That's
Gopala.
it.
It's just
For
like
president.
it's sick for president, for mayor of Boomcaster, town of Boomcaster.
That's it.
There we go.
But he put me on camera because he thought that maybe you and I could have a more interesting conversation. I guess.
I don't know. He
More-
has the cool last name. I'm just kidding. It's a roast. It's a roast. Okay. I don't know anything except that you guys are an awesome team and really cool, and I feel connected to you because you gave us cables and you look cool and you're using like Blackmagic stuff.
Yes.
We were brought here with. What is Boomcaster?
Boomcaster is a cloud studio recording service that allows you to record full fidelity up to 4K for up to 10 people. And it is way better than the other options that we're used to using for like doing conferencing stuff.
Yeah.
But then you can take it in post-production and make a full-on film if you want to. The thing that I'm excited that I feel like I don't see enough people doing is using Boomcaster for screen reads
cool.
and stuff like that. Script, when you sit down and read
Yeah.
scripts. But you can also live stream. So if you wanted to do a sit-down dramatic reading and live stream it up to YouTube, there's live stream built into Boomcaster as well.
Tell me what it takes to get set up. If I'm a filmmaker that's like looking to start my own podcast or looking to, screen read or looking to switch out from another system that we won't name names of.
Right.
What is the entry level need to get into that?
Yeah, well, you can do a free trial. How many days is free trial?
2 weeks.
2 days?
Amazing. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. 2 weeks, not
Your
days.
boss
I
is
wouldn't-
going to fire you after this.
Well, that's the thing. I don't
Just
actually
kidding.
work for
Kidding.
Boomcaster. I'm just a really good. I'm a user. I'm a
that's
Boomcaster
important.
This
user.
is a live testimonial.
Yes.
I love this.
I'm the one who actually gets to use it for my
Oh, hell
clients
yeah.
and stuff. So
Okay, yeah. So entry level is like trial, test it out.
Yep.
What do you need to set it up and everything? Like,
all you need is Chrome or Edge browser
Okay.
and a decent computer that's at least 3 years old or something like
Okay.
that, an internet connection.
and how are you using as a user? How are you using it with your clients?
Right. So my clients, I tend to do more business podcasts, but I did get to do some stuff for some theatrical organizations recently. And so we were able to live stream some dramatic readings of plays.
Wow, cool.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to use Boomcaster for that. But for my clients,
Yeah.
the stuff that I do with businesses is just talking heads videos.
Oh, yay! John's here
John's on.
delivering iced coffee, and I switched it so we could look like divided in the Boomcaster things. I thought it was fun. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, so I will usually send a microphone
Yeah.
out to important people and have them interviewed by my clients. And then I will take the full fidelity recordings and then edit them together in post-production for,
Oh, and
Yeah.
how old is Boomcaster?
I think it's about 3 years old. I've been
Got
using
it.
him for 2 years. And-
Amazing.
and Hari's been continually updating and adding features that I ask him to
Nice.
selfishly.
That's important.
But it's stuff to make. That's the other thing is I feel like the stuff that he's added in the
Yeah.
user interface makes it easy not just for the guests, but
Yeah.
for the producers like me as well and the hosts.
That's so cool. What was the reason you started using Boomcaster?
I have used all of the other platforms, including the regular just web meeting platforms.
Yeah.
And there was either a quality issue that I ran into or a reliability issue where I would lose a guest or I would drop out and completely lose the recordings.
Yeah.
Or the live stream. And I don't know what Hari's done, but somehow he's made it the most reliable that I've been able to use. I know some of the other ones have gotten better too.
Yeah.
But the reliability factor, and then the support that he gives. Like whenever I have a problem, I get in their chat on the website and they respond like almost immediately.
We love good support.
Yes.
Okay, what's the pin?
This is for my son. He's on the autism spectrum.
Oh,
so,
amazing.
Yes.
That's so
15.
Define normal.
Yes.
I love that.
I don't think there is a normal.
I don't think so
We're
either.
all
There's so many
divergent in
different
some
types
way.
of people in the world. And we, cinematography for actors, we focus on, we work with the disabled film community as well.
Very cool.
And it's our favorite community only because we have so many stories that have not been told before.
Yes.
And we're getting new ways of visually seeing things.
Yes.
Or auditory, like the way things are recorded or ideas that those filmmakers have. And it's been like a world opening experience for us over the past year of working with these filmmakers.
Yes.
And a lot of them are on the spectrum, and it's really, really cool to see what stories they're creating, whether through animation and just drawing, or like actually capturing things with the camera that we wouldn't even shoot like that frame or think about it, you know?
Absolutely.
And there's such a world for that. So I love that. That's so wonderful.
I'm really hoping my son will be able to work with me in editing at some point.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Right now,
I'm sure he'll have all these ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that so much. And so how did you and Hari meet?
We met actually through a mutual friend who's at the Captivate booth here.
Aww.
Yeah, so there's a lot of people here I'm getting to meet face to face
That's
the
so
first time.
cool.
Yeah. Danny recommended. Danny, I can't remember his last name, but he's at Captivate.
Okay.
He said, hey, you should check out Boomcaster. And I did. And I'm like, I love this.
We're swapping over.
Yeah. Hooked me up with Hari. And then Hari and I have done some live streams and stuff too. And
great.
Yeah.
So we need to switch over to Boomcaster is what I'm hearing. So Haley,
Yes.
that added to our to-do list. We got to switch over to Boomcaster.
And we have a discount code going right now too.
Oh,
So it's
amazing.
75% off for attendees here.
75% off for attendees.
For 3 months.
So if I'm live
$5 a
streaming
month.
this,
I don't know. Hari, do we want to give the people tuning into the live stream the discount code or not? Or is it just for people
there's
here?
only 3 people right now, but it'll be posted later.
Let's do PM24.
Okay.
PM24.
And it gives them 75% off
Yeah.
for 3 months on anything.
Hell yeah. Can I post it to our Instagram
Yes,
too?
and it expires Thursday at midnight.
Okay. Tell them. You heard it here.
Yeah. So PM24, use the discount code PM24 at boomcaster.com.
Expires Thursday at
Expires
midnight,
Thursday.
so you better get on that, or else you're. But thank you so much for joining. Yeah, me too. So thank you so much for joining us. Hari, can you come? Because we want to
Yes,
know
we
who
need
the
to see
face
Hari.
is of the company as well.
Oh, yeah.
This is Hari.
He's the man.
Gopala Krishna.
Very nice.
She
And
did it right.
yeah, and so now at like future conventions, people will feel familiar to come up to you both and be like,
fantastic.
I saw you like the Boomcaster. Because what we're gonna do is, yes, we're live streaming to like a small number of people, but we're also gonna cut all of these blocks down and post them on the podcast platform
Nice.
so that people
Beautiful.
can learn about like what we're doing here. Because it's our first
love it.
time at a podcast convention. So more to
welcome.
come. Thank you so much. I feel we can remove this bar
That's
now
right.
and the divide is gone.
Free to move.
Exactly. Thanks everyone. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
Great job, guys! Great job, great job. Awesome. That's so fun.
I'm going to unmute first, and then I've learned I'm going to bring the music down like this. So hi everybody, we're getting ready to go. And here we are, and I'm not on camera one, so I'm going to switch back to camera one.
Now you are.
Hello everyone, it's me, Haley Royal from Cinematography for Actors. I'm here with League of Filmmakers using a full Blackmagic workflow in the Blackmagic design booth. And I've been forgetting to thank Sigma for supplying lenses to us today. So thank you so much, Sigma. And also thank you to Hollyland. Here we go. Thank you to Hollyland for our mics. Now let's get into it. I'm sitting here with Ty from RCast. And I just met Ty today. And I've never heard of RCast before, but it sounds pretty cool. So I invited him back to come talk with me. Hi, Ty.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you been doing?
Awesome.
I said, how are you been doing?
How am I been doing?
Let's just talk about how that
I am
happened.
be doing. Yeah.
I am be doing.
I've been doing good. Yeah.
I am be doing. Okay, so we're here. You're here because you have a festival and you have a show. I asked you that, but I forgot your answer.
Yeah, sort of several things. And so I am the executive director of a nonprofit organization for podcasters.
That's
so
right.
Far,
Okay.
Yeah, so far, I think we are still the only one. Inevitably, somebody else will come behind us, but we operate like a chamber of commerce for podcasters. Basically, a membership gets coaching and access to meetups and all these different things. But also, we have the annual podcast festival called RCast. It spans across different venues and cities inside of Arkansas so far, but we'll expand outwards. But basically, it's a celebration of podcasting in the flyover states.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with those, the ones you see when you look down on the airplane. Yeah.
The ones a lot of the time you can't even see because you're so high in the air.
But as an actor, because if you want an acting career, right, back in the day, you had to go to New York or you had to go to LA in order to get that established, right? Because that's where the industries were.
Yeah, right.
With podcasting, it's anywhere. You can be absolutely anywhere, even though the industries are they're usually coastal, right?
Yeah.
Even though we have events like this where we're in Washington, D.C., everybody's sort of gathered here today and it's awesome and it's very cool. But in a few days, everybody's going to scatter back to their corner of the U.S.
Back to their own flyover
So
state.
all of these states that are in the center that have been sort of forgotten about, like there is a different culture. There are a lot of really great creators. We're creating a lot of very creative minds. They're creating great art there. And so we want to celebrate them. We want to make sure that they have opportunities, just like anybody that lives on either side of the coast has that. And we're giving grant opportunities to podcasters to get their podcasts off the ground, especially the ones that have a great cause, you know what I mean? And so
explain, I want to talk a little more about the collaborative. Let's talk about how you said Chamber of Commerce, which of course flew right over my head because I'm like, I've heard that word, but I know it's been connected to government, so I don't pay attention.
It's been connected to government.
So I'm really exposing myself here, and we really don't know how I got through high school. So who knows? But please explain to me what a Chamber of Commerce is and how it operates and how it works and how specifically you are acting as.
So what's a relative organization for actors?
A relative organization.
Like if you guys want to, is there some sort of membership-based program or organization that
many of those,
I know there's SAG and there's
studios. Oh, you're talking about the big guys.
Okay, so those are the big ones.
Yeah, there's the Screen Actors Guild. There's Actors Equity.
Okay.
Things like that. There's cinematography for actors, which is a community.
So we're not quite on the SAG level
right?
or after and all that stuff, but we are. So it's very similar. So if I can relate it in that type of terms, it's like joining a SAG, but that doesn't deal with lawmaking and all that stuff. Maybe eventually we'll get there and help.
Yeah,
help
maybe.
With that because I would love to get a tax
You could probably
credits.
partner with Screen Actors Guild.
Right.
They do that.
I mean, we often partner with the different film organizations around those part of the states. And so there's lots of different film festivals and organizations, nonprofits that are doing film. Obviously, podcasting and film sort of have a Venn diagram in the middle. They meet. Yeah. A lot of crossover. So you know that.
So a podcast joins your membership.
Yes.
Is there a membership fee that you maintain?
Yeah, it's $100 a year, and it's a tax deductible because we are a nonprofit. So I mean.
So you get that tax receipt after you join.
It's a business expense. Yeah.
That's great.
And you gave to a charitable donation.
You gave a charitable. Yeah. So that's your membership fee is a charitable donation.
Yeah, it is.
That
it really is.
That is deductible.
Because it helps us. What we do with those funds is that we're able to give these free workshops to people in communities that don't really have access to the technology or have the funds to be able to pay a podcasting coach or one of these media creating companies to help them get their show off the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you join. You're a member. And then are there events that are scheduled and you go to these events and you find that through the website?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
So ArkansasPodcasters.org.
Okay.
If you go there, you can find all of our events. And so RCast this year, so that's the name of our festival. This is our third year.
Okay.
And it sort of spans against, all the way from September 14th all the way to November 16th in different cities, different venues. Each one of them is so different. It's hard to explain to people,
Okay.
but like the first one's a kickoff day that's sort of like this, where we have venues and the vendors and the speakers and all that.
It's just one day?
That's one day.
One day
in Little Rock.
in that space, in Little Rock. Okay.
Then we take over a live performance theater.
Okay.
And we do a live Halloween show where we built out an entire live on sets. It looks like a camping spot, like a haunted camping spot. There is a campfire coming up. There are chairs, there are tents, there's lanterns, there's woods, there's creepy, gangly creatures that are walking around in the background. Costumes encouraged. We've got all these guests that are coming in that are like independent horror film directors and ghost tours and ghost hunters. Anyway, so I'm into that one. If you can't tell, that's what I'm looking for.
Did you say that's 3 days?
That one's one day.
One day.
So one night.
So far, RCast has 1 day only event.
Yeah. So there's this September 14th for the one in Little Rock. There's October 16th for the one at the Ron Robinson Theater in Little Rock. We're doing a Latinos in podcasting event.
Okay.
I don't speak Spanish well enough to go on stage or to talk to people, but I'm happy to have put this together and bring in the proper people who know what they're doing and know the space. That's on the 19th of October. And then November 14th or 16th, we got 3 days where we're going to be in Fayetteville, which is the headquarters. If you didn't know, in Arkansas, it's the headquarters of Walmart, Tyson, and J.B. Hunt.
Oh.
They're all right there.
So you're going to have a lot of lasagna is what you're saying.
Lasagna.
Yeah, Tyson Foods, Tyson Foods.
That's
frozen lasagna.
Okay.
I grew up on that stuff. When you say Tyson, it's a frozen
chicken,
lasagna.
But like lasagna is interesting.
Was it frozen chicken?
I mean, I think they do frozen. I don't know.
That's Tyson Foods. It's frozen foods.
When you're in Arkansas and you get chicken, it's probably from Tyson, some way or form or fashion.
All right.
Yeah.
I had a friend growing up named Tyson.
Okay, this is a nice tangent. I like it going.
He didn't make frozen food.
Okay. Where's he now?
You know what? I do not know, and I wonder about him all the time.
Okay.
Where are you, Tyson?
Yeah, Tyson, if you're out there, call the number. Call the number on the screen right now.
Yeah, he was dear to me. Anyway, so that's 3 days.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then what is the setup around that? Are there like hotels nearby? Like we're at a very well organized event today where it's like you're at a hotel and it's part of the thing and they know about it all.
So this year we're partnered with the Fayetteville Public Library. Mm-hmm. It's huge, a very giant library. It's got several different stories. And so there's a creators section on the bottom. And they have the green room and studio. There's 2 different podcasting studios and stuff. Anyways, we're taking over sort of a ballroom area, kind of like this is. And we got speakers coming in. A lot of the speakers are actually here for this event, and some of the sponsors are here for this event. Riverside and Dystopia, Sounds Profitable, and Xavier, some of the speakers that are here.
Nice.
So yeah, that's really what I came here to learn, of course, so I can give back to the people that are our members, but also to connect with people like yourself. And to connect with the people that are going to be there with us in November as well. Yeah.
This is so exciting. Yeah. I'm so excited. I had no idea about any of this.
So we cap it all off the very last day, the very last night, is going to end with a podcast pitch contest, where if the top 3 winners, they're going to get a certain prize from Dystopia, which is free podcast hosting with their company. But the main winner is going to get lifetime hosting with them. And I don't know if you know, but their platform does pretty much everything. From selling merch to hosting your podcast to all this stuff.
Yeah, I met them today. They were telling me all about it.
They're amazing.
They do merch.
Yes.
You can drop ship your merch with them. So that's pretty cool.
We'll be filming the whole thing with Black Magic cameras. So there's the tie-in.
There we go with our Black Magic workflow.
Which we always use, yeah.
We love
I'll probably using the same Stream Deck that you have here.
Nice.
Yes.
Here, we'll show you guys what we're using.
Yeah, for sure. That thing is awesome. Yeah.
It is awesome.
What I really like about that is I don't have to have a separate video capture card to stream live.
Yeah.
I plug in directly HDMI from my 4K Pocket Cinema, what I use, directly to my streamer, directly to USB-C to my computer.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
We are
fans here.
Yeah.
Okay, I am so excited about this. Thank you so much for coming here and telling me everything. tell this camera right here how we find you, how we find the festival, how we get there.
You can pretty much find any of the information that you want to know about us, me, anything. You can contact us. It's at arkansaspodcasters.org. And we're not exclusively to Arkansas. It's just in the name, okay? That's where we were founded. That's where we're at, but we serve U.S. across the U.S. So
you get that because cinematography for actors is more than just cinematography for actors. I know you do. There we go.
There you go.
Okay. And is that the way?
arkansaspodcasters.org.
Is there an Instagram?
Oh, yes. There's Instagram. There is, I think, Instagram, Facebook. Threads has been really popping off here lately.
For you?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. We don't do X, so I don't know. We're not on that. So
listen, nobody's doing that.
Okay, here's an aside. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. So cool to meet you, Ty.
No, thank you.
And congratulations on your vest.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad I ran into you.
Yeah, me too. Thanks, everyone. And I'm responsible for turning this off.
And we're still live.
We're still, oh my gosh, we're still live. And we're out. Bye, everybody.
Here. And hi everyone, and welcome back to the Black Magic Design booth here at Podcast Movement. That I've been calling it Post Podcast Movement for months, and only today did I learn it was wrong that I was saying that. We led today with our panel at 10:15 a.m. that was all about video creators and video podcasting and what you need to know, and that's where I met Mr. Charles Shaw. How you doing?
Doing well, pleasure. Thank you for having me.
I'm so happy you're here. You came back, and I know you came back because you're looking to speak more in public.
Right,
you're looking
right.
to do more speaking engagements. Tell me about it. What do you do now?
Well, right now, I just retired in the last year from federal government.
Wow.
And I'm proud of that. But I don't want to just stay stagnant. I want to get into different arenas. And I recently joined the National Speakers Association in Orlando, Florida. And I felt that if I come to the show, I want to meet speakers like you.
Oh.
You inspire me just by how you delivered your
Thank
message.
you.
Well, handled the panel and delivered your message.
Thank
today.
you so much. So I know you were like, let's do a brain picking session. What are kind of some of the questions you have, or where can I be of like most help? I don't know.
Well, first off, I'm curious, and how did you get into doing this panel speaking?
Yes.
What is your training?
Yeah.
And where you plan on going with your experience?
Great questions. I would say Haley and I were actually, my co-founder Haley and I were talking about it this morning because I've never had any training. All I do is I love talking to people.
Okay.
And I love educating. And I think you need to be passionate about what you're talking about, first of all, because you can like learn whatever you want by like reading all the books and doing it. And like, maybe it's working for the federal government, you love it, you know? Right. But if it's not a job you love, you're not going to enjoy talking about it. It's not going to be infectious. It's not going to be something that people are going to want to gravitate towards you about.
That's true.
Yeah. And so for me, you know, I just came off of doing a talk with one of my favorite directors, Catherine Hardwicke, who did Lords of Dogtown and 13, and that was at the American Cinematheque. And now that was 2 days ago, and now we're here, you know, talking about video podcasting. And I think for me, it really is just like stay as passionate as you can. Like, only speak about the stuff you're really passionate about, because otherwise people are going to know immediately that you're not. And as for like training, I think because I've been doing podcasting for so long, I love educating. I end up doing a lot of guest lectures. So I was at Cornell doing a speech there for 2 days, doing like classes and then like speech stuff with them. And then I've been doing multiple like universities, and I come to a lot of like trade shows and end up being put on panels. I think I'm just like transparent. I'm pretty vulnerable with people. Right. And I think that's also important because we can connect to our audience. Like you and I connected because I was just kind of like, yep, the audio's down, everyone listen, you know? Or like it's really pulling back the curtain on the knowledge that a lot of people are gatekeeping around the subject. Like people are like, oh, my workflow, it's this and this. And it's like, okay, but is that accessible to every person in the audience? Like, what are the actual tools? What does DAWs mean? You know, like, because we're at a podcast convention. Right. But I really think it's like the education and experience that you have combined with the passion to speak, as well as wanting to meet people. Right?
Yes.
I think that's kind of like
you have to be open to that.
You have to be, because it can't be one of those things where you show up and you're like, yeah, well, no one talked to me after I don't have any time. You like need to be prepared to like
take Q&As.
Yep. And then after you're done, walk off the stage and be prepared for an hour of conversation with different people, which are going to come to you about anything.
I think I got in touch with you on the second step.
Yes.
I didn't even let you get off this.
I love it. And that's what I love, because it means like hopefully what you've said, even if someone's able to, the way I work, I love being able to give someone in a 30-minute talk at least one piece of information that they can learn more about. So whether that's Frame.io, I mentioned a software during, or whether that's collaboration and finding your voice, or like, do I want to co-host, or am I going to be a single host on my own? Right. Like, what is one piece that they can find resources or research around and further their education around the subject, right? Like, you can, it's like you're saying, it's the fire faucet, the hose coming at you, and you're like, what do I stick with? What do I take? It's hard.
Well, what I've learned here is that there's so much information coming at you. This is just day one.
Yes.
I've tried to take good notes. I not took good notes.
Yeah.
But I came in, and I think the way that you should handle a convention like this, come in with the understanding that you're not going to be able to get all the information that you want, but streamline it. Streamline it to the information that you can take back with you and remember.
I agree 100%. And your other question was like, how did I find speaking engagements and stuff? So mine have all been two things. One, I got to know, like, I just organically.
Networking?
Yes.
There you go.
I love networking, but I love making real relationships with people.
Yes.
So like Black Magic, like John at Black Magic, we've known each other 2 years and they know what I'm doing. I keep people up to date on what I'm up to, because then if they're like, oh, we're going to a podcast, you guys have a few podcasts. Do you want to come to that? You know?
You said that you're going to share this with me.
Yeah.
Could you tell my audience what Black Magic is all about?
Sure, yeah. So I am the co-founder of Cinematography for Actors that was contracted by Black Magic Design to come here today. Black Magic Design, pretty much workflow solutions. So they manufacture cameras that we're shooting on right now. Right. We have 3 cameras set up. Then we also have a switcher here, which allows you to have audio intake and video intake. And then you can obviously switch between the cameras without having to manually operate them. And in addition, they make like stream decks, so storage for your streams that are coming in, as well as Resolve. So like DaVinci Resolve is a free color software for editing that you can download right now. It's entirely free. When you upgrade, obviously that's when, you know, you're going to get like your VFX stuff. But for the majority of us, you're only ever going to need the free version, and it's amazing. Okay. So it's workflow solutions, everything from the shooting to the post of workflow. And like, they're a great company and they sponsor us. They work with our podcast studio. We have a few of their cameras, the 2 that are shooting today. But yeah, I would say like the networking, honestly, of just spending time at booths, once again, you're passionate about to learn, keeping people up to date all the time. And then also the way I find speaking engagements is I literally ask people, I go, I'd like to speak at this. How can I do that? Like, in nicer words, but I'd like to be on a panel. Do you have spots for a panel? Right. And the majority of people who are organizing festivals and conventions they need to fill that gap or fill that void with speakers. So if you can bring something that you're like, I'm really good at talking about this, can we do a panel on fiscal sponsorship?
Right.
Yes, you can, because no one else is doing that. Find your niche, know how to talk about it, and be prepared to talk at length about it for years.
Right.
Yes.
For example, you had to learn Black Magic.
Yeah.
In depth.
Yep.
You had to learn your panel. You had to learn each person's niche.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's like with Black Magic, the way I learned about it is not by memorizing it. It's because I've worked with all their products. Right. And so I can talk not about everything, but like the expectation is never that you know everything. The expectation, I think, as a speaker or doing speaking engagements is to be the insight into wanting to learn more. Right. So even if you're doing a deep dive, you should still be touching on just like a percentage of what people should be walking away with, so that each person is interested in their own aspect of it and can start to pull what they need from your talk that then incites other learning.
So I've also noted another thing that you did that was very professional.
Oh.
You made contact with the panel members before they came on stage.
I did. We did a prep call on Friday where we just did like a 30-minute Zoom. And I just said, like, who are you? What do I need to know about you? What are you interested in talking about? Because a lot of the stuff on panels that fall flat is when someone they're put on this panel because maybe they're sponsored by the company that's sponsoring the panel, but they don't really know the answers to those questions. Right. And then people are like, why am I here?
You don't want to blindside them.
You don't.
Right.
And so, especially the larger they get name-wise, you really need to prep those questions and send them for approval sometimes, especially if they work for corporations. So I did a 30-minute call where I said, here's what I'm going to be talking about. What do you find interesting about that subject? And I had 3 pages of notes from that call where they told me about their background, what I could relate to, and also what they're doing, and then also like what they think might be an interesting thing for people to learn. And then I made those into a shared note, and then I shared it with them. Right. And those were the questions that we came with today.
So it made your life easy and made their life even easier.
Yeah, and it's just nice. I mean, anything where you can have people on the same page is just like a good place to be. Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Oh, yeah.
What else would you like to share with me?
What else should I share?
Honestly,
I think people really don't look at networking as an accessible tool for growing.
Well, why do you think that? What changed in the world that people are afraid to network?
I think
no one here, because
we came with the intention to network. But how do we do
outside.
it? Yeah. How do we do it outside of a specific networking event where it's driven to like meet people? And I think people are afraid of it because they're afraid of the unknown, the uncertainty of what people are going to talk about.
Rejection, maybe?
Totally rejection. Right. And I just think networking, when people are told you need to network, is like, give me a break. I'm doing everything already. Why do I have to now go out of my way to find people, you know? Because it's like, yes, we have to learn our job, and then we have to have experience in our job, and then we have to have aspirations outside of the job, and then we have like work-life balance. So how do I have the time? How do I have the energy to meet other people if all I want to do is just this one thing?
Right.
But they don't realize that the answer is, you're not looking for something from other people. You're looking for the resources. You're looking to like just kind of come off of each other, of like bounce ideas together, or get to know people organically that are passionate about the same things you're passionate about. And networking for the wrong reasons looks like, I'm just trying to make a relationship with the richest person in the room,
Well, I
or
think
the
that's
most successful, you know?
I think that's where a lot of people make mistakes.
I agree, yeah, I agree.
You should really be broad in an amount of people that you make contact with.
And you should be looking for people to grow with. I always am.
Relationships go.
That's it. And also, we grow individually in our careers, and you never know like who you might meet now that you don't know how they play in, but later, 5 years later, they're like, hey, I remember meeting you at this thing. My friend is doing this thing. Would you be interested?
Right.
That's what's happened to me a million times over. And so I just think, don't come into a perspective of networking as hard or not normal or hard, you know, whatever it is. Come in from the perspective of it's exciting, there's prospects, and have the attitude of being open-minded, because you never know what part of life is going to lead you down what path, and that network, that connection then might be the thing that takes you over the line to like get to speaking engagements or whatever it is you're passionate about.
Well, I hope that our run-in, whatever you call this, will blossom
our
into
connection,
something. Our connection blossom into this.
Yeah.
Because I was very impressed in how you did that. And I want to also ask you, I want to network with the folks here at the podcast and put on and how to get on panels. What is your recommendation? I was interested in doing a panel discussion. How do you go about making contacts with folks?
Yeah, so Black Magic organized this and then hired me to do it. But I met this guy, and I'm going to put him on blast, so everyone knows his name, Greg Lilly. Greg Lilly, he works for the podcast movement, and he put his whole job is to produce the 167 or 76 panels over the next 3 days.
Cool.
So I'm seeing if I can see him around. He looks like it's like a white surfer dude.
I think he did a couple panel interviews today.
Yeah. So he's like a white surfer dude. So if I see him, I'll be like, that's him. Because he would be someone to just start that conversation about like, how do I reach out? What does it look like? Is there a cost associated if I want to put it on? You know, things like that. But I think what I would recommend for you, if you haven't already, and that's free, is the brain dates. The NPR is putting on these brain dates around tables, and you can publish one yourself and host one during the conference. So if you have any ideas for something you want to talk about, like, you know, for 30 minutes, you go on the Podcast Movement app, you go to Brain Date by NPR, and then you can publish a topic that you want to talk about, and people will sign up and come.
See, I told you, we're all taking this in like a fire hose.
I agree.
There's some things that I know about, and then there's some things that I miss.
Exactly.
You know, they have meetup groups. This is why I like coming to these podcast conventions.
Yeah.
There's meetup groups, there's events, there's panel discussions from experts, subject matter experts.
Yeah.
There's contacts like this here.
Exactly.
Just, you know, happening.
Just the one-on-ones. Yeah.
So, hey, I really appreciate you taking the time out.
Thank you so much, Charlie.
Right.
Sorry, I said Charles at the beginning.
That's fine.
You should have corrected me.
No,
Charlie,
I'm fine with
the best name on earth. Thank you so much, and I can't wait to see you with like podcasting conventions in the future for networking and stuff.
It'd be great.
It's gonna be fun. Bye, everyone. We'll see you soon. Bye. Aww.
Should I adjust the camera, or are we?
Yeah, so no, you can just talk to me.
All right.
We're hanging.
All right, sounds
John
good.
will adjust anything.
All right.
He's doing a great job already, we can see.
Levels.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Podcast Movement. I don't know where Haley went, but I miss her dearly. Instead, I have an amazing co-host with me, though, Joe Casabona.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Podcast Workflows. And this is a company you founded, right? You're an entrepreneur. Tell me about it.
Yeah. So I have 3 small children, and
Congrats.
thank you. I want to be available for my kids, and so I knew for a long time that I wanted to start my own business. Because I have 3 small kids, running a bunch of podcasts and a business is very hard, and so I knew I needed the right processes, workflows in place to get those done. And so I started writing content about that because it seems like a pretty common problem across the industry.
So how long have you had it?
Podcast Workflows has been around for like 3 years. I've been podcasting for 12.
Okay.
And I have a computer science background, so very comfortable with like automations and making computers do the things I want it to do.
Amazing.
And yeah, so I'm combining all of those disciplines into this.
Wow. Okay. So you just came back from a brain date.
Yes.
Can you explain what they are and how it went?
Yeah, so there are 2 types of brain dates. There's the one-on-one, which is you having a conversation with one person. And then there is a group of 5 or so where you pick a topic and the kind of type of brain date it is, how to, general discussion, ask me anything. So I did, I'm doing like ask me anything, right? So people can come, tell me what they're struggling with in their process, and then I can tell them how they can save time through process improvements or automations.
What was one of the questions someone came with?
So somebody talked about how one of their biggest struggles is they have a full-time job.
Okay.
Newly, and they still want to keep doing the podcast. And so I said, like, if it's he has 2 solo shows. So I said, for the one solo show, a couple of things you should do: carve out time to do the recordings. And then I said, do you edit? And the answer is always yes, I do the editing. So I said, hire an editor. Right. This is a tough thing for a lot of podcasters to hear because they're like, but only I can edit. And I'm like,
yeah, right.
Literally anybody else can edit.
Yes.
Right. And then for his other show, it was like a 2-minute show where he was doing like full production on it, like music, intro, outro. I'm like, if people are tuning into a 2-minute show, they just want the info. So you can save a ton of time by just script it, not probably because it's like it's a 2-minute thing of a topic you know really well.
Yes.
So I'm like, talk, release. Clean it up a little bit. If you mess up, obviously edit it. But you don't need to add the bumpers because that's not the purpose of this content.
Right. Yeah.
They're not looking at like a fully produced show. They want to know, like, oh, what's the best password manager?
Yeah.
It's a cybersecurity show.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we met him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Jim.
Yeah. With the cybersecurity personal thing.
Yeah.
He's so sweet.
Yeah, nice
he
guy.
has the 2 podcasts, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's killing it. That's awesome. Oh, I love how small of a world it is.
Yeah, I know.
I love that.
Unbelievable.
Now let me switch to our wine. What is like one of the most invaluable pieces of information you can give a newer podcaster?
Understand who you serve, right?
Okay.
I think that something I hear a lot, I'll say I won't generalize, but something I hear a lot is my podcast is for everybody. I want to have casual conversations with people. Nobody wants to hear casual conversations. And if a podcast is for everybody, it's for nobody. So I say, have a mission statement where you answer these 3 questions. Who is my podcast for? What problem do those people have? How does my podcast help them solve that problem?
Amazing.
Yeah, because then it's like, now you're giving a specific group of people a reason to listen. And if it's like, if you want to do a historical fiction podcast, then it could be like, my audience is people who are interested in local history. They have the problem of finding good audio content. My show gives that, right? It just something, it doesn't have to be groundbreaking, right? It's just understand who you're talking to. That's going to really help with the promotion and who you target and how you promote. Because if you're like, it's for everybody, oh, now I got to be on TikTok and Instagram and everywhere.
Yeah. The nightmare of social stuff.
Yeah, but if it's like, oh, historical fiction, it's like there's probably like a subreddit where you can hang out.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I think understanding your audience is the first part of like, why are you getting into it, and are you committed to doing this for the next few years?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, it's like, you know, my kids have a million interests. And my daughter just started cello lessons, which she's like so cool. She's 7. But I was like, my wife and I really want her to play cello. So we're like stoked that she picked this. Yeah. But we didn't go off and buy a $500 cello, right? We are renting one. You don't want your podcast to be like the kid picking the new hobby.
Totally. You invest all this time and energy and money into something only to then find that, oh, I didn't realize that this was a lot more hours in the week and upkeep than I thought of originally. Yes,
and that's why, like, if you're tying your podcast back to your business, your profession, then you're creating authority building content for yourself too. Yeah. That's who I feel I can help the most.
Yeah. That's awesome. So how do people find you?
You can go to casabona.org /conf, C-O-N-F. That's resources for the people of podcast movement.
Great, amazing.
Yeah, it's on this QR code right here. So
cool.
I feel like kind of a jerk.
Why?
Between me, you, and the camera.
Yeah.
I put my QR code over the sponsor QR code.
That's smart.
It's like easy, right? It's like a landing page for them.
You didn't pay, the sponsor didn't pay you to walk around with their logo. They paid the convention.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're your own marketer.
That's right.
That's why you're here.
Exactly. And I mean, like, I guess every attendee has that QR code on their badge anyway, right?
Yeah.
It's not like people are like, let me scan your
specific sponsor. Yeah, no, you're good. Joe, thank you so much for joining us here. I can't wait to see you around the rest of the show.
Likewise, this was great. Thank you so much.
Of course. Bye, everyone. Bye. Great job.
what if I turn us on so they hear us now? Hey guys, we're coming in. And then I let them see our faces, but the music is still playing. So then I fade out the music and go to camera 1. So
are you gonna do the live switch the whole time, or are we just?
I sure am.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's.
There's just one cut though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could cut to my camera here.
Oh.
Hi guys.
Nice.
But I tend to do it not as infrequently because I'm not the important one here. You are.
Nice.
So hello everybody, it's me again, it's Haley from Cinematography for Actors. I am live at the Podcast Movement Conference in DC with a full Blackmagic workflow, Sigma frames, thank you Sigma, and Hollyland Lark Max lav mics, thank you Hollyland. I'm sitting here with Gerard Durling, who I met this morning. That was the morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Wow, it feels like a different
day's going.
Feels like it was a different day. I met Gerard this morning. Gerard is a host of a podcast called Reppin' Fitness, and he also told me that he is following a path and things are just opening up really naturally for him.
Yeah.
So, what else are you about to do? Tell everybody.
So separate to that topic,
Yeah.
I also am one of the co-owners in IWTV, which is an independent wrestling television streaming network.
Oh, wow.
That you can get on basically anywhere that you get television apps, right? It's a subscription service where people can go and watch basically minor league professional wrestling. Anything outside of like AEW and WWE, we kind of cover that.
Is there you said independent wrestling, and I know you meant independent wrestling streaming service, but is there independent wrestling that you can also watch?
Well, that's what it is, yeah.
Oh, it is all independent.
All wrestling, yeah.
All wrestling is independent?
It's just kind of what they use as the terminology versus
Educate me about wrestling.
We got like 10 minutes, so let's. But basically, like independent wrestling is the name for what would be probably considered like minor league baseball.
Okay.
So like it's where a wrestler starts their craft and with the hopes of getting discovered.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like with the ability to do video streaming so much and doing it live, people get noticed way quicker.
Yeah.
So there you go on our
like
service.
TikTok too. You can wrestle on TikTok. Everyone's like, I know that guy.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And like starting to grow a following that way makes it a little easier for companies like the WWE or AEW or Japan or Mexico or somebody like that to find you and then offer you a contract.
Yeah.
So like we help basically the same way minor league baseball works, where you go there, you hone your craft, and you hope to get that contract.
Wow, that's a lot for a streaming service to be doing.
Oh yeah, so if Blackmagic didn't exist, I don't know that our service would still exist.
You hear that, guys?
Yeah, I'm here to give you the feel-good story, you know?
Blackmagic is saving wrestling. That's what I'm hearing.
Honestly kind of did.
Whoa.
When COVID happened and we had all the lockdowns, pro wrestling shows still happened. So we were mainly filming shows in like Florida or Texas, like basically the safe ground states that were allowing events to happen.
Yeah.
But I couldn't travel with like a full computer. I couldn't travel with that type of equipment. So we ended up switching over to laptops and using like a breakout box with the Deck Link Duos.
Yeah.
And that pretty much saved our business, being able to do that because we're doing a lot of events outdoors and I didn't want to have to set up all that equipment that way. Mm-hmm. So having like a small mobile setup was what saved it all for us and like allowed wrestling companies to continue to use our service and make some money so that they didn't go out of business. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Blackmagic.
Thank you, Blackmagic, for saving wrestling.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's get back to the subject at hand. We want to talk about your show.
Oh yeah,
your podcast.
Yeah.
Tell us all about Reppin' Fitness.
So Reppin' Fitness is a podcast hosted by a jacked puppet.
I met him. And
he's right here.
You're gonna meet him.
You might meet him.
What's his name?
His name is Brick Headstrong.
Mm-hmm.
He is a fitness motivator, and he's also the host of the podcast Reppin' Fitness. What we do on that show is he interviews fitness coaches and fitness professionals, basically to help people on their fitness journey, whether they're just getting started, they need the motivation, they need to understand like all the various types of fitness that might pertain to something they might be interested in versus just going to the gym, or they can work out at home, or maybe they just need help with like their mental game and getting them to be in the right positive mindset.
That's what I need help with.
Yeah, that's what Britt's here
game.
for. He's here to help you with that, help you on your fitness journey, just to kind of like make it fun and approachable.
Yeah.
Which is like kind of like a tough thing when you're like maybe out of the game, you're not really going to the gym, you're not really taking care of yourself
But
anymore.
you need to, so
And
then there's so much pressure and it makes it hard and not fun.
Right.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then sometimes people just are embarrassed to talk about it. They might have a friend that goes to the gym regularly, they don't want to talk to them about it. But with this puppet, regardless of if you think it's funny, you think it's cool, or maybe you think it's stupid, you're still talking about fitness, and that's the point.
Yeah.
So getting it more in people's minds, getting more people to realize you got to take care of yourself no matter what age you are. If you're like a kid, go outside, run, play tag, hide and seek, play sports. Or if you're like an adult, you're in your 40s and 50s, like walking is so important. Steps are reps too. They help you with your day-to-day life.
Say that again to that camera.
Oh, steps are reps too. Yeah.
Yep.
That's Brick's line, not my line.
Steps are reps too.
Yeah.
That's great. Wow, that is great encouragement to people who like literally sometimes all you can do is walk. And
and a lot of people have these jobs where they're sitting around a lot, they're in cubicles, or maybe you work in a warehouse, and then if you work in a warehouse, you're getting a lot more steps than somebody that just works at an office job.
Yeah.
And physical activity like walking is just kind of like your starting point to your fitness journey. If you're not getting that many steps in, you probably need to start there and just kind of like figure out ways to be more active in your day, whether it be like mowing your lawn or just like going outside and walking somewhere versus driving to get a soda at the store or something,
Yeah.
So yeah.
So what was the catalyst to this? What made you decide to start a podcast? And what made you decide to bring a puppet into the podcast?
Yeah, so in a previous life, I was a professional wrestler. I had long hair.
Surprise!
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah,
The
so
truth comes out. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't look like this so much, but I have that creative desire that I don't know why puppetry ended up being the thing. But when I learned that puppetry was the illusion of consciousness in anything, I'm obsessed with consciousness. I'm obsessed with like anything mindset related. That hooked me. That got me thinking about this a whole lot different, like what this is, you know what I mean? So that got me going, and I started taking lessons online with people from the Muppets, people from Sesame Street. Like the community is so small, and it's very accessible that you get to learn a lot real quick.
That's a really good little tip to just kind of know that like the community is accessible.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be like if you're interested in it.
Right.
You can find
probably just about anything that's like a niche type of entertainment form. You could probably find somebody and then be connected to everybody. So just kind of push those buttons.
Yeah.
I made the podcast because I was making a lot of content as Brick, just like fitness motivation content. We're telling people to go to the gym or like giving them different ways to think about their day and try to get them started on the right foot.
Yeah.
But the podcast allowed me to be a little bit more improv. Typically the podcasts are 20 to 30 minutes, so I can pull out like 5 or 6 different clips from that, talking to a fitness coach or a fitness pro.
Yeah.
And they're all just like really unique ways to have collaborations. I don't need to be on a camera, like in this scenario, this is like the first time that I'm kind of talking about it like this. But it's like, I'd prefer to like give people this imaginary thing to like have fun with. And like every fitness coach I've dealt with, they kind of like look at it like, this is such a different way for us to talk about fitness. So I think they kind of appreciate it too. And who doesn't want to like have their first interview with a Muppet,
Yeah, I mean, I saw you walking and I was like, we gotta get you on here. Because I was so excited just to meet Brick.
Well, he's here. He's been walking around. He's just checking stuff out,
He's at the conference, guys. If you are at Podcast Movement, look around. You can shake it. I got to shake his hand.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing.
It's a firm handshake.
He has a good hand.
Strong. You gotta watch out. Break your hand.
Okay, so how do we find you?
How we find
People are looking for this motivation. How are they finding the podcast?
Yeah, so You can look for it on all the typical podcasting apps. Just search Reppin' Fitness with Brick Headstrong. If you type Brick Headstrong in, I'm going to guess it'll come up.
It'll come up. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any other puppets in the podcasting space, so hopefully that's good.
Nice.
I was just over talking to NASA, trying to get them into space. You know, they were telling me.
Oh my gosh, if they're like, yeah, we'll take it.
Well, they said that they typically put toys there. So, like, they'll take Snoopy and put him in there, and they use Snoopy to figure out when gravity ends. So you see Snoopy starts floating. Imagine if Brick starts floating. That'd be kind of weird.
Now he's flying fitness.
Right.
Enthusiast.
But the podcast is, you can get it on brickheadstrong.com. That's where basically everything's at. Just starting to do, like, live puppet shows at schools as well for kids. So, like, I'll interview, like, the gym teacher. Make them do reps. He's obsessed with reps. Loves making people do some fitness.
Oh my gosh, and kids love it when you make their gym teachers.
Oh yeah,
exercise.
oh yeah, absolutely.
They love that. Yeah. So cool. So it sounded like we were signing off. We're not quite yet.
Oh no, all right.
Yeah, I did things out of order because I wanted to shake it up.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm so embarrassed. I really, for the gearheads out there, that you can tell so many are.
Oh, whew. We're burning up the server.
And I think one is John, but these are recorded for posterity.
Yeah.
They'll find us later.
Oh yeah.
For the gearheads out there, I want to talk about your workflow because it is a Blackmagic workflow.
Yeah.
So what are you using to record?
So even with puppetry, because I like to dual use the same things, we're using Sony X70s for the camera sources.
Okay. Just kidding. I'm kidding.
Is it because of Sony?
No, it's fine.
Do we need to bleep it?
I was joking. Okay.
But yeah, we
Sony
use those for the video sources. We use Blackmagic Decklink Duos for just connections. We use vMix primarily as our software service to connect to our servers. And then separate to that, we use an audio box that connects to the cameras to do commentary headsets.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I love the way that everything works together in this industry.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's a collaboration from gear to the edit. It all comes together so beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Can we meet Brett?
Let me see if I can get him. Hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. Get ready, guys. We're about to meet Brick Headstrong, I think. He's on his way. And I have a lab for him so that I can talk to him. When he's ready. He's in his green room. He's gonna come and give us a chat soon. Oh my god!
Hey! It's me, Brick Headstrong. Oh yeah, mic me.
Let me get your mic on. All right, there you go.
Is it on?
Hi. Yeah, it's on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's good to meet you, man.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, your product, Blackmagic, I love it. It helps me so much.
So glad. Can you listen, Rick? I need a personal favor.
Okay.
I'm having a really hard time getting back to the gym because it was great for about a year.
Yeah.
And I got really buff and I felt awesome every day. And then I got distracted by work. And I feel like I can't find the time.
Oh, that's a big excuse.
You know?
Time is an excuse.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, how do I fit it in? If I really feel like there is no time, I'm scheduled hour to hour, how do I fit it in?
Well, maybe the gym isn't what you need. Oh. That other guy that was here, right? He was talking about steps.
Yeah.
What are your steps like?
My steps are low, Brick.
Low?
I work at a desk.
How do you track?
I don't. Well, my phone sometimes. Let's look.
Yeah, do you have an iPhone?
Let's see what my phone says right now.
If you have an iPhone.
It has been in my pocket all day. So let's see.
What those steps at?
What are they at? Where's my...
I'm just looking. Oh, sorry.
Here we go. It's okay. You can see. You can look. It's fine. Let's look. Steps are at 3490.
3490.
It's 3 in the... I mean, look, I've been here. I've been live streaming. Am I just making excuses or is there something I should be doing?
Here's what you can do.
Okay.
Between your sets, just go walk around.
Yeah.
and check out some vendors.
Okay.
Then look at your step count again
Okay.
and see what it's at.
All right.
It might be up another 1,000. We're trying to get to 10. Trying to get to 10,000. 10,000 steps.
Okay.
And you'll end up burning about 400 calories.
400?
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
But otherwise, what's your mornings like?
I get up and I race to work.
Oh.
I know.
What time?
I have to be at work around 8-ish.
8.
Eh?
Do you think you can get up earlier?
I could.
Well, you don't want
to.
to.
Bed earlier.
Yeah, you gotta go to bed earlier. Hey, listen, sleep is important.
It is.
Sleep is very important.
In it.
If you don't get much sleep, you're never gonna recover.
Yeah.
But what do you like doing? What kind of exercise do you like?
I really love reformer Pilates.
You like what?
Reformer Pilates.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. So maybe you can find some classes.
Yeah.
That'll help.
I just gotta make sure it's a priority, is what you're saying.
Yes, absolutely. Health should be your number one priority.
It should be my number one priority.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Brick.
Yeah.
I have one more question for you.
Okay, one more.
What is your favorite food?
Oh, great question. Let me think. Well, the other day,
Yeah.
I was arm wrestling with AEW wrestler John Silver.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, did you win that arm wrestle?
I let him win.
Oh.
I let him win.
You gotta.
He called me the P word. I didn't like it.
No.
So I thought, well, if you beat him, he's gonna give you a hard time. So what he ended up doing though, he made me steak and potatoes. I love steak. I love potatoes. That's my answer.
That's your answer.
Yeah,
Steak and potatoes. All right, Brick. Do you have a catchphrase?
Oh yeah, I got a catchphrase.
Will you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Will you look right in your camera there and say your catchphrase?
Yeah.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Brick Headstrong, and let's get those reps.
Let's get those reps. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Brick.
Yeah.
This has been a pleasure.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
See you.
Bye. Have a good day, everybody. guess what? We're coming back about now. We're gonna go live very soon. Tricked ya, not now, in like a few more seconds. I'm going to turn myself back on. Hi, everybody. And then I'm going to cut to my own camera. You know I love the Haley show. So it's all just me right now before Indiana comes. She's coming in to live stream with me. And here we go. Indiana's joining us now. Hi, everybody.
Yay!
Haley Royal.
It's our first time. Hi, how are you? We're doing a little live stream. John's here too.
Help but wave.
Is this our next live stream person?
No, it's you and me right now.
Okay, great.
That's what's going on.
Hi,
Say
everyone.
hello to everybody.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
It's Haley and Indiana from Cinematography for Actors.
And
who are we here with?
Me, Indiana.
No, who are we here with?
Oh, hi, it's me, Haley. We're here with League of Filmmakers and Black Magic Design, who we love. We talk about Black Magic all the time, so I'm very excited to be here.
So much.
Now, what's really cool is we haven't had time to do it together and catch you guys up on what we're up to, and this is pretty cool, I think. So,
yeah,
Haley, how long have we been working this past 10 days?
Well, let me switch to my camera to talk about it. You switch to my camera. I'm camera 2. I am camera 2.
Oh,
what?
Look how masked.
Look at all these cameras.
That's too bright. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Indiana is looking at the lighting and the ISO that I think that we switched
Gain
it
and ISO.
Gain and ISO. We switched it throughout the day, and now things are changing a little bit. The sun is maybe not even close to setting.
Yeah.
So we've been working a lot the last few days. We flew to DC yesterday.
Yeah.
We got here in the afternoon. We came, we set up what you're seeing here. And then what did we do?
We went to the pool.
We did. We went to the pool.
We went to the pool. And it smelled like feet.
Yeah.
It was one of those pools where you think you're at a weird bad, what is it called? A water park.
Yeah,
where you're gonna get a foot disease.
So we stayed for a little bit. It would be nice to be able to use the hot tubs that are outside because I think those probably smell better. But we avoided them last night. But before we got on a plane. No, I thought you.
I did. It was correct.
No, that was the order in which things were happening.
Okay.
And it's
What did I miss?
Cool
What are you going to say?
I'm just going to go back and answer the question you asked me about what we've been doing. So before we got on an airplane at 7 a.m. yesterday, the night before, we were finishing up our partnership as the podcast partner for Holly Shorts.
For the second year in a row.
For the second year in a row. And Indiana did some pretty cool stuff last night, didn't you?
I did.
Who'd you talk to? In front of hundreds of people. Maybe 2,000 people.
I did. Not only was I a co-host for the Holly Shorts Awards, but before that, I worked with the American Cinematheque and Holly Shorts to host, apparently, a discussion with Catherine Hardwick about one of my favorite childhood films, Lords of Dogtown, which I'm so excited about because I love Lords of Dogtown. I grew up watching in Canada being I need to get to LA. This was the vibe.
Yeah.
So it was very full circle.
Yeah. That was the first time I'd seen that movie.
And what did you think?
I loved it.
Yeah. What was your favorite vibe about it or thing?
I loved realizing that the 70s, 75 to 78, were huge years for skateboarding.
Yeah.
They completely changed the sport of skateboarding by incorporating, the Zephyr team completely changed the sport of skateboarding by incorporating the things they did on the waves when they were surfing, which I had no idea. My dad is a kid, from the 70s. Well, he's a grown man now, but he was born in 57, so he was about that age in those years. And I don't think he ever skateboarded.
How old is he now?
Well, now he's 72, 73 maybe, because he had a birthday. I think he's 72 or 73. I know he's 72 or 73.
Yeah.
I don't know which one exactly. Which I do the math every time I wonder, and I'm not going to do it right now in front of you, but I guarantee when I walk away from this, I will do that math. I also loved seeing them skating behind the school bus because my dad, about that time, did that on a bicycle and lost all of his teeth.
He lost all his teeth?
Mm-hmm. Yep, all of his front teeth are fake.
And that's what we do by bringing podcasting to you, is we live stream about how our fathers lost their teeth. My dad broke all of his toes once.
How?
Karate, apparently. He broke all of his toes. He has a black belt in karate.
But he didn't do it without injury.
So now he's afraid of, like, his toes.
He's afraid of his toes.
He's afraid of his own toes.
Is he afraid to, like, use them in certain ways?
Yeah.
I identify with that.
Why?
Because when I was 8, I had a wart on my toe because the swim team was all like everyone on the swim team got warts that I was on, and they started picking and flicking them at each other. So of course I ended up with one that wouldn't go away. We tried freezing it off. The doctor did like multiple appointments and tried many things, and none of it worked. So he had to give me a local anesthetic and dig it out with like a mini. The appliance he used looked like a mini grapefruit spoon. You know how they're serrated.
I'm done. So
anyway, he did that. Wait, I have to tell you what happened.
So gross though. Can you do it without being gross?
No,
okay.
It's gross.
Okay.
That's what happened. It's gross.
She's a warty lady.
I'm not. I'm not. That's the point. It was removed. Anyway, so yeah, we did Holly Shorts, and now we're here. And so what is interesting about this particular, so we do a lot of conferences in the past couple of years.
Look at the slide that's currently on.
There's something.
Look at that.
Should we show them?
Oh, look at the painting.
There's a guy in pain right now about video producing, which I don't find painful at all. Do you?
No, I love producing.
We like video producing.
We're here at the Black Magic booth, 10 by 10 booth. I don't know how we're going to do 4 days here because it's very contained.
It is.
There's not a lot to do at this booth.
As you can tell, we're going a little bit stir. We're a little cabin thievery.
It's just a live stream, so how do we know what we're doing?
What?
Like, it's like a live stream, so like we can talk about we run out of things to talk about.
I think when we invite people in, it's quite interesting.
Yeah.
I think this is a different kind of conference than we've ever done before, which is exciting because we're finding people who are in the cross-section of what we've built.
Yeah.
Because what we have at Cinematography for Actors is broad in a sense that it's not just filmmaking, it's not just podcasting, it's not just community building, it's not just live streaming, but we're finding a lot of people who fit into multiples or 1 or 2 or 3 or just one of those categories. And at like film and like gear conferences that we've been to before, we're just talking about the filmmaking side of things. So it's different because I've never had a conversation with someone who's like, oh yeah, and then I like you learned a new word. We're learning new things here. Well, you learned a new one. Well, I wanted to say new mics, but it's not.
What is it?
It's just initials. What is that? When it's just initials of the word KOI? Acronym. KOL.
Acronym.
KOL. She learned a new acronym.
Key opinion leader instead of influencer. Yeah. I've been saying authority because I don't think influencer covers what Haley and I are. So I say we're an authority on, education within, what we're doing with film and community building. But I like KOL because it sounds businessy and corporate, but it also key opinion leader. No, you have an opinion. You're a leader in your field, and you don't have to be too strict about it. You're not like the only authority or the industry expert. I like KOL. It doesn't feel expert feels like a lot sometimes.
Expert is like a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
For me to be called an expert.
I agree. Yeah. Hi. Grab one of the cards to win a camera. The black cards. Yeah. No one really enters, and if you enter, you have a good chance.
A booth.
So do
live
it.
Streaming. But we're also at a booth talking to the people who are coming up to the booth.
Yeah.
So sometimes
this is what it's like.
We're getting excited and talking to the people next to us.
Yeah.
And taking a break from you.
Yep.
And then come back to you and talk about the things we're talking about. And I interviewed a puppet.
She did. It's available soon.
I interviewed a puppet.
Yep.
That is like That's like one of my lifelong dreams is to talk to a puppet on the camera.
Haley just needs 8 angles with her own switcher because I can just see her doing it on herself. Like, hey guys, so something really important to me happened.
This is actually, you know what, you're right. Because did you ever play that game on, like in the bathroom with like the mirror cupboards that go out?
But I know what you're talking about. It's on TikTok.
Yeah,
everywhere.
when you open it and it's like a club. It's a clubhouse of all of your friends, and they. Oh, that one was so good. I love that. She's a genius. Whoever you are, you're a genius. But I used to just like open it up and sit in the sink and be like, "Hi, everybody."
And then she was an actor.
Mom and Dad are being real jerks, and Aubrey won't let me play with her dolls. And so I'll just sit here with you guys. Yeah, we're cool. And like,
you know what's
do our
funny? It's
makeup.
like your big dream is to be in a multicam show.
Mhm.
Maybe you are your own multicam show, and that'll
That's
fulfill
probably
you.
it. We probably got to the bottom of it. Is like, I want to be on a multicam
So
show,
just get a podcast
so I can just
convention,
look
so
at
that-
all of the cameras and be like, "You're my friend. You're my friend. You're my friend. My sister won't play with me. You're my friend."
Heal my inner child.
Heal my
I dare
inner
you.
child. Yeah, you're right. I just need. All I need to be happy is a switcher and 3 cameras. We're good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, this has been another episode of CFA Live.
Cinematography for Actors podcast at a convention.
Yeah.
Getting a little bit
loopy.
I'm feeling a little
sprung. It's the
I need
fluorescent.
some sunshine. And that's why.
Soon, we're almost done.
We're almost done for the
All right,
day.
bye, everyone.
We've been having fun.
We have.
This is fun.
Bye.
Join us.
Come. Hey.